All right, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well today. Yet again, another session where the markets are under pressure. Um, Couple things I want to note is net Cloudflare, guys, is down. So Cloudflare experiencing some difficulties. So Cloudflare right away is going to be one stock on watch today for a bit of a dead cat bounce. That being said, with this type of flare up, when the market's already hinging on a little bit of a breakdown zone, not a good area. Not a good area. Home Depot earnings, stocks making big moves. Yep, yep, yep. All right, so The S&P 500 is trying to bounce here off of the lows, catching some liquidity. I need to change this here. Nice fat candle on SPY. Really big push here on SPY, guys. It's good to see. Trying to defend us off the lows here. Can see it pierced yesterday's low. And what's really interesting is they did release that economic data right ahead. So a couple key things. Google absolutely just had a big candle turning positive here in the pre-market, ripping. What else caused that? Apple caused a nice push to the upside there. Microsoft is getting slapped today. That stock is crumbling. Tesla down 1%, Meta down 1.41. But I really hope that that this Cloudflare business doesn't hurt the options chain. That's what I'm worried about today. I am really worried about that today. Anyways, we'll just start jumping into things, considering that some people probably won't be here since the Cloudflare net issues are giving them a little bit of a headache this morning. Let's see where we're at. So funny how the CEO sells massive amounts. Wow. Piercing that 382. No gaps down below. That was a gap that we gapped over. Breakdown, rally, breakdown. Whoops. We are just busting through support levels here on Cloudflare. Wow. I mean, the only area that I'm seeing on this Cloudflare, maybe into this lower boundary pivot, I let it pierce it, stab it for a long, that would be sub 190. Sub 190, I would feel a little bit better trying to pick a little bit of a low there. Nice down move. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty big fall. Let's look at Home Depot real quick. Yeah, Home Depot's having a nasty fall this morning, guys, on its earnings report. Haven't dived in too much, but nevertheless, they still beat on the revenue, but missed on the EPS. Revenue wasn't that impressive, but Still coming in at 41.35 billion. Swept some two major gaps. Home Depot I would consider maybe at this 337.90, 338 area. I know a lot of people have been accumulating Home Depot and it just keeps going lower and lower. It's been a very tough name. You can also see it has this weekly head and shoulders pattern that potentially wants to trigger. Obviously, the whole entire market is on watch now for that head and shoulders. But yeah, Home Depot down here, that would be a pierce of the weekly 200. I like that area. Nice Fibonacci retrace. Retracing this weekly volume reversal zone. Previous little breakout zone. And that weekly 200. Not a bad area. Again, that's getting pretty oversold. Capitulation. It looks like, let's just see if we have a symmetrical move here. That's about a 50-point drop from high to low, 11.87%. Now let's see this here. Wow, so it's almost a symmetrical move on Home Depot. From this high to this low, almost equals this high to where we're trading right now. So that's not a bad area. Makes me think I don't even know if we're going to get down to. Interesting. Yeah, they're bouncing it right off that symmetrical move zone. Pretty impressive. Damn. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right, let's see what else we got moving. I know a whole bunch of China names reported earnings today, guys, so we'll look at that, but let's first run through a few other names here. So Aimer Sports. Stock is gapping up. Quite a nice reaction to Aimer. This one just looks like a bit of a counter trend rally. I wouldn't put too much stock into it, but it is seeing a nice sizable bid today. There is a ton of resistance up here. I mean, maybe you want to retest this low pivot here, previous breakout zone 35, but this one's probably going to get faded, especially if the market remains a little bit weak, but really solid reaction. Medtronic is another one that's actually looking very strong up here. I mean, wow. Breaking out to new highs here. This one looks like it can go all the way up to above 103, 104. That could even happen today, especially if the market remains firm. Let's just see what type of gaps we have back on the chart. Yeah, so there's this monstrous gap all the way back here at 105, guys. So I wouldn't really short this one. This one's more inclined for a bit of a continuation long. Let's just put in a support zone here. Just want to see something too. It looks to be like there's this parallel channel. There'll be some resistance up in this region, but still looks pretty decent. It looks pretty decent. So I think today there's a strong chance of hitting above 100, 101, maybe 103. But eventually this wants to go to its gap fill. So stock is acting quite well. Intuit seeing some strength in the pre-market. What else we got? Freeport McMoran. Copper stocks are seeing some strength, guys, in the pre-market. FCX. FCX is gapping up. I don't even know what the news is. My usual news feed isn't working this morning. I can't log into my brokerage on my desktop, so I'm limited to certain features on my mobile. So we'll just have to do the old usual scan. Let's look at SCCO. SCCO is not really performing as much as FCX, so FCX must have some isolated news. FCX has resumed operation of the Grasberg mine in Indonesia, which had been temporarily suspended in September following a fatal accident. Oh, okay, so that's positive. Another revenue stream kicking into high gear. So there you go. This is the collapse on FCX. So you would have to think that FCX, this is the collapse on the fatal accident where someone died. I think two people died actually in the facility, if I remember correctly. Um, so this is where you traded before the collapse. So you have to think that FCX is probably going to try to return to this area here. Facility shut down. So that's probably not a bad stock to try to buy off of a dip. Not a bad area. It's also got this really interesting inverse head and shoulders. And remember, when that happened, we actually throw up, let me throw up SCCO side by side here because I remember SCCO went bananas. SCCO absolutely just ripped higher. So look at the stock. So this is where SCCO gapped up. Basically an inverse move. SCCO ripped higher, gapped up. All that liquidity that came out of FCX went right into SCCO. So maybe, just maybe now, FCX is going to play a little bit of catch up, guys. I'm actually going to keep this on watch for a swing trade because this one's got a nice potential daily pattern that wants to break out here. Interesting. Very, very cool. So that's probably going to be a high probable swing setup. Probably a lot of people are under positioned in that name, and with that gap up today, it could absolutely squeeze higher. Let's just clean this chart up. Yeah, that's not a bad play, guys. That's a good catalyst. Reopening of the facility. Likely going to see some of this liquidity come back out of SCCO, flow back into FCX. Interesting. All right, what else we got? So Cloudflare, we discussed that. That's getting absolutely crushed this morning. We'll keep that S&P daily chart open. And see SPY is right at that neckline. I mean, such a close pattern for potentially breaking down. We'll watch that obviously today. Let's look at plug. Plug power getting smoked. Bitcoin, guys, is continuously selling off here. Trying to put in a potential daily bottoming tail today, but wow. What a free fall in crypto, eh? It's been pretty amazing to see and witness how quickly Bitcoin has just been falling here. And that's a high liquid asset telling us something. We'll see what happens there, but that's a nasty, nasty fall from grace. We look at that total crypto market cap, and I was expecting the crypto market cap to bounce here, and it still could. I mean, you look at the weekly time frame patterns, and the week still has 5 days left, so there's still a number of days left in the weekly candle that needs to be established. But total crypto market cap is trying to turn slightly green here. Interestingly enough, when the data came out early this morning, I didn't even know the initial jobless claims was coming out. So they released it at 310 this morning, the initial job loss claims, and look what happened. The dollar ripped higher off of a bad print. Okay, and now it's settled down. But they released the initial job loss claims right at 310, this candle here, and the dollar just made this epic reversal, which is kind of what slapped the markets down, in my opinion. You know, the futures reacted. Obviously, SPY would open up at 4 a.m., which would have been on this candle here. And you can see just slapped right back down. But if we look at ES around that 310 time frame, let's just see what happened here. Where is that 310 time frame? So ES on the 310 time frame had a little bit of a dip, then a push up, and then it sold off. Kind of right at that 4 o'clock zone is 4 a.m. is when we start to tumble. But considering at that 310 time frame the dollar was ripping and now it's seen a bit of a reversal down, we should favor the markets to bounce here. You know, we're still technically trading at support. I know we're very, very weak. Very, very weak. And yesterday we got absolutely hammered back down and we're on the precipice of triggering a head and shoulders, but the pattern hasn't triggered yet. And we could see a bullish reversal. That would not surprise me still, but obviously things are very, very weak. All right, let's look at the commodities real quick. Gold, oil, and nat gas. Gold right now is absolutely ripping. Ripping. Look at that epic little breakout intraday. You are coming into a lot of chop here and resistance, so I don't know how much more gold is going to push today. It's really going to be dependent on what the dollar does. If the dollar forms a right shoulder here intraday and then triggers a little bit of a mini head and shoulders pattern to basically backtest this 99.10 area, then gold can keep going, but we'll see. Right now, yields are also weak on the back of that labor market data. So you can see the 10-year yield was on watch for a bit of a breakout, and they're slapping it right back down today. So the market is clearly saying that that employment data is pretty weak. Pretty weak. So yields are down, dollars down. You got crude oil still up slightly, but crude oil is really not doing anything for the market. In fact, this lower price is favorable for more upside in the market. Natural gas right now is still showing its strength. It's coming over the last 3 days, piercing that 7-day. I'm expecting nat gas to still have one more little try to push through that 7-day. Maybe it's going to get an inventory spike later in the week. I would love to short nat gas again, but for now, nat gas is going through a little bit of consolidation. You can see it's broken that upsloping wedge pattern. The pattern's still okay. I mean, this is what you want to see if you want nat gas to take its next leg higher. Just a nice slow consolidation day. You don't want to see too big of a down move. But this is typically healthy for nat gas right now. All right. Let's look at uranium, URA. So uranium, another day where it's seeing some weakness. Down day, you're still trying to hold this breakout candle bar. If you lose that area, yikes. I mean, then we're looking at retesting the 3950 zone. 3950 is kind of this previous volume high pivot reversal, as well as this little reversal zone, bullish reversal. So bearish reversal zone, bullish reversal zone. So this area needs to hold or we run the risk of going to 3950. Okay. Just going to grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll jump into the trading session. So gold miners are seeing some strength. Nvidia down, Snapchat down, Google still strong. AMD getting hit. Quantum getting hit today. Archer seeing some strength. Banks are still under pressure. Just gonna grab some coffee and then we'll settle in here for the live day trading session, guys. So we got Net and Home Depot, and then some of these China names, name like Futu. Not a bad zone to try to go along, especially if the dollar is softening a little bit intraday. We'll watch some of these names. Baidu, getting hit pretty hard to the downside. Let's look at Baba. Baba under a little bit of pressure. JD. Yeah, JD also at the lows. This is getting very interesting, JD. I would love to trade it into this gap, guys. I'm watching JD very carefully because this gap fill, I like it. It's a weekly gap, so pretty big volume surge through that zone. It's a breakout. It's a weekly breakout zone. But obviously, a lot of people are watching this bearish breakdown of this trend line, which it's okay. I mean, it is technically a bearish break, but there's technically a lot of support in this region. A lot of support. So I'd like to trade it. All right. Just grab some coffee, guys. Hey, Sarf and Peter, are you guys experiencing any difficulties with your brokerages? Nope. Okay, good. Good stuff. Hopefully the options chain isn't all messed up. Yeah. We'll see, right? I'm really hoping that the chain isn't all screwed up like we've seen before. It seems to be that Cloudflare is running into a lot of these issues lately. Doesn't really put too much confidence into the market, in my opinion. I guess there's two ways you can look at it. One, maybe people can't sell, traps them long. Or two, it just creates some additional fear. But yeah, this is going to be a tricky day here with technical issues for certain people and brokerages. And then this Cloudflare. Markets are already under pressure right now. All right, what else do we have shaking and moving here? Marvell, that's down 3%. SoFi down a couple. XP holding steady. AS is doing well. So Bitcoin's rebounded quite nicely off of the lows. It's still down on the session, but it's trying to firm up here. It's trying. Oh, I need my thing here. 6. You guys, 4 minutes till the open. Right now you have the S&P 500 underneath yesterday's lower boundary pivot. So that is definitely a near-term bearish sign for now. Markets are on watch for a head and shoulders trigger and breakdown. A bearish pattern is potentially unfolding here on the S&P 500. We have to wait for a little bit more data. I got Cloudflare on watch this morning. We got Home Depot on watch this morning for some long setups. Home Depot's into a really interesting area here, guys, gapping down. Home Depot has fulfilled a symmetrical move, and it's retesting this massive high volume reversal zone, Fibonacci area. So not a bad zone for a little bit of a technical bounce, guys. I'm probably going to be looking at Home Depot calls off of the open. Definitely an interesting area. They are just wrecking Home Depot right now. Carnage. Absolute carnage. See on the weekly chart, Home Depot has now swept the weekly 200 MA, guys. Big area. Big area for Home Depot. I'm going to look at 350 calls for Home Depot, probably November 28th. Nvidia down 1.8, Microsoft down 2.42. Microsoft getting slammed here in the pre-market. Your Qs are underperforming all indices, so mega cap tech is definitely showing some more weakness. Bitcoin right now trying to firm up and break out intraday, trying to recapture pre-market high. All right, guys, let's see what we got here. Home Depot is getting bludgeoned down here. Absolutely crushed. SPY right now. Nice intraday gap down. It is trying to firm up here. Oh, this better just be pre-market. I think my chain might be all screwed up. This better be getting an alert on Pinterest. What's Pinterest doing? Yeah, Pinterest into a decent area as well. Apple and Google are going green. They are strong off of the open. BMNR, certain crypto stocks are trying to turn green. Snapchat's green, open door down 4.5. Home Depot fat bid, Cloudflare getting a fat candle bid as well. Nuclear stocks are trying to go green. You got rare earths showing some strength today. Oh, these Home Depots. Look at that S&P 500, guys. Head and shoulders trying to trigger today. Again, it's not a matter of how we open. It's a matter about how we close. Are they going to give us a bearish candle close? Look at the bounce on Cloudflare today. Wow. Stunning bounce. Home Depot still on watch, guys. Look at that fading price action on HD. Damn. HD getting wrecked. Meta still sucking on the session. Nvidia is still absolutely imploding down here. Testing 183. Bitcoin getting rejected slightly. What else we got going on here? Lots of red still on the screen. Are they going to give us a bullish reversal to the upside? S&P 500 is into an aggressive long area. If we don't hold this area, we're selling down to 656. Look at this SPX daily chart. If you're wanting to take SPY on the long side, now's the chance. Cloudflare absolutely ripping right now. Certain stocks are trying. Nuclear stocks are showing some strength and resiliency. Mary turns green. MSTR ripping. Archer ripping. Bitcoin ripping, guys. BTC making that red to green reversal. Looking pretty solid here. I'm going to look at Bitfarms, guys. BITF. Bitfarms could make a big push here intraday. Right now it's flat, trying to make a red to green reversal. Look at that SPX. Ripping to the upside now. Alright guys, I'm in Bitfarms $3 calls for November 28th. $3 calls November 28th. Still have the S&P getting slightly faded here. Meta's trying to firm up. How's Home Depot? Home Depot's still trying to bounce. Cloudflare still trying to bounce. Cloudflare looks like it could go green on the session. Interesting. S&P still trying to firm up. Cloudflare acting very, very well. Bitfarms is trying to break out here, guys. Intraday. BITF. Showing some volume and buy side pressure. Some of these crypto stocks are very severely depressed right now. It's ripping. Showing some strength with the cryptos. Let's go BITF. Push it, push it. Home Depot still down on the session, but well off of the lows. Mara trying to surge here. Bitfarms is trying to break out of this little bit of a consolidation range. Let's see if it can hold steady. Market is still shaking out some of these friggin' sell side candles. Craziness. Come on, Bitfarms. Hold the line. Hold the line. Meta still down 1.5. Rocket Labs red. SMR slightly green. Rigetti slightly green. Wells Fargo's green. Quantum trying to show some strength. IONQ ripping. Google still slightly green, but well off the highs. Snapchat doing well today. Ethereum already up 1.65% on ETH. Bitcoin goes green. Dollar getting faded slightly. Big Bear AI is green. Wow, huge fat candle on Cloudflare, guys. NET trying to rip to the upside. Oof, what a reversal on Cloudflare, guys. That is a huge bid. Breathing life back into this market. Go Bitfarms, go. Come on, BITF. Meta still seeing some sell side pressure. BTC putting in a daily chart bottoming tail as of now. BTC has triggered a bit of an inverse head and shoulders intraday. The upside based off of that inverse, if it can hold the line, takes us to it's about a 3% move, which would take us back to about 94.5, 94,000 on Bitcoin, if it can hold there. Go Bitfarms, go. Come on. Ethereum still ripping. Natural gas down on the session. Again, we look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin has triggered this bullish formation. Again, the upside takes us to 94.5, 94.5. Crypto stocks are some of the strongest intraday right now. Mara acting well, MSTR acting well. You've got nuclear stocks acting well, Rigetti's now acting well. It's really your mega cap tech that is still struggling today. You're seeing definitely some accumulation in the broader market right now. But mega cap tech, you like your IWM, guys, is almost green on the session. Look at that IWM, almost doing a bullish reversal. So it's your NASDAQ QQQ right now that's really weighing in on things, dampening the party. But the QQQ and NASDAQ is the piggy bank for these small caps right now. Let's see if we can keep pressing higher here. And if we get that bullish reversal and SPY in the Qs, this market will absolutely rip. Come on. Bitcoin still holding some strength. Lots of volume coming in on this breakout candle on big BTC. A little bit of selling, top wick selling, but still acting well. Look at HD, guys. Home Depot here. Still getting some top wick distribution. Cloudflare NET. What a reversal there on NET. Filthy, filthy move. You got SMR showing some strength. Look at that nice little breakout on SMR intraday. You got Rigetti showing some strength today, guys. RGTI turning slightly green here. What else do we have here? MSTR showing some resiliency today. Rocket Lab's trying to go green. Tempest AI is showing some strength today. A little bit of strength. Archer Aviations is showing some strength today. Your dollar coming in a little bit. Still have the Qs, SPY, and IWM all negative. Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia getting wrecked. Apple slightly green. Google now getting faded. Google has gone negative. Meta is still negative. Tesla still getting hit pretty hard. Additional sell side pressure. So what's interesting, guys, is you have crypto stocks trying to bottom here, Bitcoin trying to bottom, and usually crypto will lead the markets higher and lower. It's certainly been leading the markets lower in recent sessions. We'll see if Bitcoin putting in a bottom here instills a little bit of confidence in the main indices, right as we're at that precipice of breaking down on the larger time frame pattern. I mean, everyone is watching this head and shoulders on the S&P. Everyone. All right, what else we got going on here? BTC still trying to break out here. Ooh, UNH, guys, I'm getting an alert on UNH. That's quite interesting. United Health getting absolutely smoked right back down to the lows on UNH. Wow. Look at that move down on United Health, guys, down 2.34% today. And that's coming in. So we've been, excuse me, we've been patient. UNH, I still like it at this 306 area. Backtest that volume shelf. But United Health coming in pretty hard right now. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Data Vault under pressure, DDLT. Thank you, Trader 586. Hopefully that's a good luck sneeze. AMD down 3.3. Nastiness for AMD. Let's look at some of these other China names. All right, your S&P is getting faded here yet again. Let's look at some of these China names because there was a whole bunch that reported earnings. Futu, not a bad earnings report. I know Baidu got absolutely smoked. Let's see what's happening with BIDU. Yeah, nice reversal back higher. Let's look at BABA. Bitcoin now getting faded. Yikes. Let's look at TME again. TME coming lower. Interesting stuff. Very, very interesting. I don't mind this price action to come lower. Wow, look at that S&P getting faded, guys. Nastiness. Nvidia just getting wrecked. Semiconductors are getting wrecked right now. Holy moly. That is just getting crazy filthy in semiconductor land. Look at that. Bloodbath yet again. Your SOXX today is getting crushed. Down 1.74. Always a very bearish sign when your semis are underperforming in a very big way. Yep, VIX is moving for sure. VIX is moving. Again, we'll see if this is a little bit of a fake breakdown in the market. We will see if they push us back to the green side. Small caps are still holding quite steady, guys. There's a big divergence right now. You're seeing a lot of this liquidity from semiconductors going into the IWM. You can see the IWM is retesting a pretty big pivot zone, a dual pivot zone, a bearish sell-off zone, as well as a bullish breakout zone. So small caps are holding some resiliency right now, but semiconductors are getting wiped right now. Absolutely wiped. Nvidia's at another big level. Wow. Craziness. It is a bloodbath. Bitcoin getting wrecked now. Oh my goodness. Meta getting wrecked. Crypto stocks getting faded. BTC back to the negative side. Damn, they did a fake little breakout in crypto land here. Looks like. We'll see what happens if it can firm up. Nastiness. Bank stocks are still holding steady today. Jeez. Let's look at Home Depot here. Home Depot still trying to hold steady. NET still trying to hold steady. Look at that little liquidity grab in BTC, guys, intraday. This is the power of chasing. I mean, this is your backtest zone, high volume backtest. Let's see if Bitcoin can hold here and rip. All right, your S&P is, they're trying to defend it here. They are trying to defend the S&P. Big spot, guys. SPX trading above its prior day low. Positive sign for now. Very, very positive sign. Look at that IWM. It is still green, guys. IWM showing some resiliency. This market could make a red to green reversal. Still trying to firm up here. Nvidia just getting smoked. No love for Nvidia yet. IWM still trying to hold steady here. Just is getting wrecked here, guys. Down at the lows, 180, 140. This is a big area for Nvidia right now. Testing a upsloping trend line of support. Things are getting absolutely demolished in semiconductor land. Big support area for Nvidia here. Pivot to pivot to pivot. They are still chopping this market lower right now. It's trying to stabilize, catching a little bit of bounce. IWM also getting somewhat faded here. Got that SPX daily chart. Farms is still acting well, guys. BITF is still trying to show some resiliency. So again, crypto stocks are trying to bottom out here. As the markets are even at the lows, you can see they're still trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Somewhat interesting there. SPX is still pretty weak on the session right now. Trying to chop us even lower. Everyone is watching that head and shoulders. Bought Lily puts, LLY. SPY just made a new low. Nasty bearish breakdown here in your S&P. Markets are still showing some signs of weakness. You have Nvidia at support. Meta's extremely oversold. You got Microsoft getting stretched intraday. You've got Amazon getting stretched intraday. Bitcoin is still trying to fight here, showing some resiliency. You got the VIX UVXY of 5.81%. Still have small caps holding steady here, which small caps holding steady always are somewhat of a positive sign. Markets are still super heavy here. S&P new lows, Nvidia new lows. Things are getting pummeled here. It's the shoulders starting to play out here. They don't save this market. We are on watch for nasty price action. Massive liquidity test and sweep. Markets are in dire straits right now. If they don't do something soon, screen guys, quite a bit more red. Meta down 2.3. Crypto stocks are still trying to hold their value here, which is kind of intriguing. Your IWM still outperforming. Your NASDAQ is down 1.23% yet again. Another bloodbath in your QQQ market today. Just free falling here in the S&P. Nasty day. Nasty day. Bitcoin is still trying to show some resiliency. So XS is up 7% on the session. Quantum stocks are still showing a little bit of strength. Your IWM is still down 0.31%, but trying to hold a little bit of a higher low as the S&P is just melting here. Oof, nastiness. Bloodbath in the market. Mega cap tech is pulling this market lower. Yikes. AMD now down 5.21%. Open door down 9.3. Nasty. Natural gas down 1.79. MRK showing some strength. Chipotle still green. Snapchat went negative. VIX UVXY now up 7%. Dow is down 1%. All mega caps are drilling. Nvidia is the worst performing mega cap right now, down 3.17. Amazon down 2.85. Microsoft down 2.58. Tesla down 2.6. Meta down 2.4. Apple slightly red and falling precipitously. They are liquidating Nvidia ahead of earnings. Let's look at Home Depot here on my other screen, HD. Home Depot still trying to bounce off the lows. Cloudflare still trying to bounce. Dollar's getting somewhat faded here, guys. Your DXY starting to come in a little bit. So XS is breaching a high pivot here, breaking out on your socks. Still drilling to the downside. Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Big expectations on the big boy. Will they give this market a little bit of a facelift into its earnings report? Or are they going to keep melting this market lower? Markets are still tumbling here. Markets are still making lower lows here. Getting up. It's getting real nasty. Coming into a major little bit of a pivot zone here on SPX. Your symmetrical move on SPX takes us down to 65.80-ish. That would be the same amount of a sell-off from this high pivot to this low pivot as this high pivot to this low pivot. So we'll see if that wants to play out. It's still early off. Traditionally, when you see a hard sell off of the open, it usually tries to make a bullish reversal. So the positive about us selling off hard this morning is that it does leave a lot of time in the day for people to buy the dip. So if you look back at markets, how they position themselves, usually selling in the morning is met with buying in the afternoon. Um, if we were to bounce earlier on, they could have sold into it. But for now, I mean, markets are nasty right now. Everyone's going to be talking about this head and shoulders and the indices that is triggering. And they're right, it has triggered. A bearish breakdown has triggered in the SPX for now. There's still 6 hours left in this daily candle, but it is looking filthy. This is happening right ahead of Nvidia earnings. It's pretty crazy. You can't script this stuff. Your dollar is imploding, guys. That's helpful. DXY is caving. Semis are still selling here. Still breaking through 180. Nastiness. SPY still absolutely drilling to the downside. We are coming into that symmetrical move target on your SPX. They are absolutely drilling us to the downside. We'll see. The day hasn't closed yet. The day hasn't closed yet. So still tumbling here. Hard and fast. Everything's getting liquidated. Your IWM down 0.7, still holding up better. Bitcoin having a little bit of a failed breakout, it seems. S&P 500 now down 1.3. Your NASDAQ is imploding. S&P 500 getting crushed. Your dollar's getting faded. Even gold's getting liquidated right now. Amazon down 3.5. Nvidia down 3.6. Tesla now underperforming. Stocks that were green off of the open are starting to cave. You are into a value area low on SPY right now. Coming into that symmetrical move as well. The bloodbath so far in the market today. So far. See what happens here. Dollars bouncing slightly. Bitcoin's trying to bounce. Very oversold intraday on your SPY. Extremely oversold. Still showing some strength in certain high beta stocks like MSTR still acting resiliency, UAMY, Mera still acting well. Trade Desk, which has been a weak stock, that's still acting somewhat well. Netflix having a good day. Ethereum still acting well. You had Cloudflare down, Cabin. Cloudflare net. So not only are you seeing a bearish technical breakdown in the market, you had some tech issues across different platforms, some brokerages, banks, websites. Um, Again, a lot of fear ahead of Nvidia earnings potentially as well. Maybe insiders know that Nvidia is not going to come in line with expectations, or maybe they're breaking this market down all for big players to buy the dip on Nvidia and then they pop us right back up tomorrow. So a lot of different variables. Again, we'll have to see how the markets close, guys. Like I said, when the morning session sells off hard, usually you see a big bounce. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, I did do a little poll here on YouTube. 8 votes in. Will SPY close positive today? 62% said no, 38% said yes. So majority are leaning bearish. We'll see if the majority is right. Bitcoin and Ethereum are still showing some positive signs here, guys. BTC acting well, and there's still quite a few stocks that are green. Names like Merck up nicely. Crypto stocks. Celsius is green. EWM still holding a little bit better than the S&P and Qs. It's really your semiconductors that are just slapping this market down today. If we look at where RSP is trading, so RSP, guys, is only down 0.3%, whereas SPY right now is down 1%. So you can see there's an underlying bid across the broad market. It's just your mega cap tech and semi selling. So there's still an underlying bid across the market. China stocks are still showing some strength. You know, Pfizer, Snapchat, Fubo, green. Regional banks are still showing resiliency. So KRE is still green on the session. XLF right now is still down but outperforming your S&P 500. Silver still showing resiliency. Quantum stocks, names like IO and Q are still showing some resiliency here. Interesting. Nvidia trying to hold above 180. Still extremely weak. Very, very weak. IWM getting slightly faded again. Bitcoin's still trying to hold some price action here. It's still negative down by 0.5%, but it is showing some early signs of relative strength. Still seeing a lot of stocks getting absolutely clobbered here, guys. Your semiconductors especially, SOXX, no bid in sight. AMD getting absolutely smoked. Micron still under a lot of pressure here. Nvidia still under a lot of pressure. So I'd keep a semiconductor window open because those are the names that are getting punished today. Everyone should start buying chickens and getting ready to trade eggs for service. I love fresh eggs. SPX still under 6,600 and falling. Excuse me. Meta's still weak, Nvidia's still weak. Pretty much everything's weak here. Micron down 5.8. That's been in a strong stock. Natural gas getting pummeled. Crude oil just went negative. Gold still up slightly, but coming in. It's SPY trying to survive and live to fight another day here. Six saying long on the TQQ for a flip. Yep, I think we'll get a bounce here too. I'm already long some SPY calls. High risk. High risk. Dip on Datavol today. DVLT. Nice little dip there. MSTR still trying to hold structure here. Bitcoin still trying to push. Still weak on the session. Markets are still heavy here. No bounce yet. Every bounce is still getting sold into for the time being. Market is still heavy here. QQQ down 1.7%, over $10 on the session. Your dollar is starting to fall here. Gold starting to perk up a little bit more. VIX is still trying to climb here. Dom C saying BTC negative years 2012, 86%. What was the size of the market cap in 2012? 2018, 84%. Markets are still tumbling here. Tumble, tumble. It's Tumble Tuesday, guys. Tumble Tuesday. S&P still no love down here. Bitcoin's still trying to firm up. Lily's green, Netflix green, Coinbase green. Bitcoin's trying to go green. Gold's still holding strength. Merck is having a good day. MRK. I just closed my Merck $100 calls, my MRK $100 calls for January, locked in 60% gain. I'm all out of that trade. So MRK $100 calls, I am all out of that trade. All right. SPX is still trying to bounce here a little bit. Same thing with the S&P. Yeah, big technical breakdown, Peter, in the crypto market cap, but you often get a retrace. Here we go. Here comes the big bounce. Here comes the big bounce. Come on, SPY, rip it. Take us green, baby. Take us green. Bitfarm is moving. Bitcoin ripping. BTC is ripping here intraday, guys. Crypto is leading the upside party right now. BTC holding that neckline breakout. Let's see what we can get here. Come on, BTC. Yeah, Hubba Bubba, let's rip. Absolutely. Let's fucking rip. I'm in 667 0 DTEs on SPY. Again, I'm looking for SPY to make a potential reversal to go positive. Not what one would expect, but I think the markets can go positive today. It's a long shot. Just keep that in mind. It's a long shot, but this market is all about long shots and crazy swings in both directions. Domsey saying minus 85% would take BTC to 68K, which would also be the 2024 peak. I think it'll go lower. 68K is a safe bet 6 months from now. We'll see. We'll see. That's for sure. It's a lot of support levels along the way. It really matters about if we're going into bear market. I don't see 65K personally, not yet. It's too soon to tell. You know, I think we're going to retest 108, 110 in the very next few, like maybe 1 to 2 months. I think we're going to be back above 105K to 110. And then, and honestly, it wouldn't even surprise me for BTC to basically get back to 130, new all-time high. Would not surprise me. Bitcoin is ripping, SPY ripping here. Come on, SPY. Lots of stocks. Look at SMR, guys. Nuclear stocks are showing some resiliency here. MSTR is pumping to the high side. ETH is ripping. Bitfarms trying to make a move, breaking out. Let's see if they want to turn this market to the green side. Come on. Go, go, go green. Go green. Markets are still heavy. Still pretty oversold on your 10-minute chart intraday. It's definitely a hard downtrend though. Dixie's trying to catch a bid. VIX is slightly faded. We're still seeing the markets trying to bounce off of the lows. Still deeply depressed on your Qs. Your IWM is trying to firm up though. Again, Nvidia is now back above that 182 area, so bouncing quite nicely. Nvidia is trying to potentially put in a minor reversal. It's still too early to tell. Again, the question is this head and shoulders valid? Right now it's triggered on the daily chart. One candle does not define a trend, especially when we haven't confirmed it. There actually could be two interesting head and shoulders patterns, guys. And one thing I want to bring to your attention is this crazy channel that we could chop in now. See this channel from this high pivot? That's what we hit today. So although you have one head and shoulders, there could be an even bigger one brewing. This could be a bigger right shoulder trying to form, and you would simply drop the neckline there. But we'll see what happens. The positive is that crypto is showing some signs of bottoming here. Bitcoin absolutely ripping. Dollar getting faded. Head and shoulders on the Dixie intraday. UAMY, Mara, Rigetti, SMR. Again, your high beta stocks, guys. Nuclear names. Showing some resiliency here. Look at Oklo. Look at SMR. Look at some of these quantum names. They're trying to show a little bit of a bottoming formation. IONQ. Trying to firm up here. UAMY. Trying to firm up. IWM trying to go green again. Very interesting price action in your Russell. Russell is tussling. Wells Fargo is still green. JP Morgan trying to put in a little bit of a bottom. Netflix still showing some resiliency intraday. Healthcare stocks are still strong. Lilly still green on the session, like it wants to give us a new high. UNH trying to catch a little bit of bottoming liquidity. MRK still super duper strong. Look at this XLV ETF bouncing off of its 7-day moving average. It looks like XLV is going to explode even higher, guys. But the big talking point is crypto putting in a daily chart bottoming tail, reversing off of the lows. Go BTC, go. Go, 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 go. Again, a nice channel that we're trying to bounce off of on your SPX here. Still got quite a lot of work to do if they want to bounce this market. S&P, come on, if we can get above 660 on a closing basis, then we can squeeze back to prior day low, point of control. Your dollar is imploding here. DXY caving intraday, head and shoulders formation being observed. 10-minute head and shoulders about to trigger. That is bullish for stocks, bullish for commodities. Let's see what gold is doing. Yeah, gold's trying to hold pre-market high. We'll see if that wants to hold steady. Crude oil trying to spike a little bit, but that Dixie breaking down is seeing crypto trying to push here. Come on, Bitfarms, get your big butt up there. Let's look at Coinbase, IWM. How's Home Depot and Cloudflare? Yeah, NET still trickling a little bit lower here. Home Depot still trying to bounce. Interesting. Nvidia is still trying to bounce here. Getting slightly rejected off of 182. Meta is just nasty. VIX is still elevated. So the swings are going to be big in both directions. The staple stocks are still holding steady. AMD still down 5%. Nasty day for semis. Micron still down 5. Western Digital down 5. Nvidia back above 182. Bitcoin still trying to press here. Dixie coming lower. Natural gas getting faded. Yeah, JP Morgan looks good for calls. I think the whole market looks good for calls, guys. Except for certain stock. Most things look good for calls. Your dollar, new lows, trying to breach pre-market low, coming in hot. Yeah, Chinese does look good, guys. Solid reports across the board. Baba's trying to bottom here. Could be ready for its next leg higher, especially if the dollar's trying to fall here. The dollar's fall. Whoops. Dollar is falling off of that labor market data that we got this morning earlier on. So don't sleep on the initial jobless claims. Futu trying to bottom. Let's see JD. Yeah, JD is showing some signs of life at the bottom here. Let's look at TME again. Oops. TME. Wow, TME still weak, weak, weak. Wow. Chegg. Actually, Chegg is kind of trash. I don't like Chegg. IQ. Yeah, IQ. Nice candle on IQ. Damn. Missed that one this morning. See, look at how this IQ chart, guys, was trying to trigger this head and shoulders on the daily. They broke it, and then they rip it back higher. That's kind of what I'm expecting for your S&P 500. Exactly what IQ has just done. I'm expecting that on SPY and SPX. So, again, I'm a natural bear. I'm inherently bearish most of the time. I still think this market has one leg higher. I've lost, probably a couple grand lately trading on the long side over the last 2 days, but I still think this market can bounce back to new all-time highs. SPX is still trying here. Your IWM is almost green on this session. Natural bear means I'm an introvert, does it? Perhaps. Perhaps it does. Quantum stocks are still showing some relative strength. No real bounce yet in your semiconductors. They're still under a lot of pressure. Your VIX is trying to sell off a little bit. Dollar's trying to bounce a touch. Nvidia is seeing some more top week distribution. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. More selling coming into the picture. Green, Microsoft still down 2.87. Amazon down 3.5. Nasty. Tesla down 3.3. Meta down 2.57. Google down 1.45. Nvidia off of the lows, but still down 2.72. Bitcoin green. Crude oil slightly green. Gold still up 0.5%. 10-year yield down 1%. 2-year yield down 1.55. So people are fleeing to bonds as well. Netflix still up 1%. JP Morgan down 0.8. Oh, nasty right now. Nasty, nasty, nasty. It's a nasty 10-minute candle on SPY right now. That is downright dirty. Yeah. It's catching a bid. Semiconductors are still getting smoked here. No love for semis, guys. Nastiness. I mean, maybe semiconductors want to go into that major gap fill, right? You look at the S&P, it closed its gap down here. Semiconductors never officially closed their gap. If they take semiconductors SOXX down to that area, wow. That's going to be filthy. That would still indicate another 1% down move on SOXX. That's nasty. Oh my goodness. They could. Just recognize that that gap is still unfilled on your SOXX. I'd be shocked, but we'll see. We will see what happens. S&P still getting smoked. Bitcoin still holding steady. Gold holding steady. A little bit of selling in gold. NASDAQ down 1.8. VIX is still trying to climb here as the markets are chopping sideways to the lows. Semiconductors are trying to find a little bit of support intraday. SOXX trying to climb here. Nvidia is still super duper weak on the tape. So no bid yet for the market. Really nasty price action. Semis are trying to bounce a little bit. Still seeing exceptional weakness in the market. Fear and greed index is single digits. Thank you, Peter. Yep, it certainly is. Markets are still showing some signs of distribution here. No bounce yet. It's catching a decent sized bid here. No bounce yet in the market. Apple's trying to bounce. Nvidia semis are still weak. Apple's green on the session. Gold's trying to bounce. Nvidia's still chopping sideways. Semis are still weak. No bounce yet in the S&P 500. Bitcoin's still trying to hold steady here. Still looking somewhat heavy here. Oh, sorry, Ram. All the Nvidia earnings effects, whatever's happening more. It's Nvidia earnings. You got a bearish print across the initial job loss claims this morning. You've got a lot of fear regarding, some of the short thesis around Michael Burry regarding some of the inflated earnings that you're seeing across mega cap tech. So there's a few different catalysts. You've also got the Cloudflare net weakness today, so that's not really helping the matter. Yeah. Anticipate earnings report. Yeah, I know. We'll see what happens here, right? We will see what happens here. That's for sure. Test. It's here again. You're gonna take the bottom out. Big bounce in the dollar. Bitcoin's still trying to hold steady. Small sell off in the VIX as the indices are trying to hold a bit of a double bottom here. Again, intraday markets are extremely oversold, but SPY is setting up potentially for another low here. Looks like it. I mean, it's a decent 10-minute bottoming tail here, and you are oversold. But we'll see. They're trying to defend it. SPX is trading at a parallel channel support. You pretty much completed the symmetrical move down, maybe a touch lower. brings you into that symmetry move, but close enough. Coin trying to make another push here intraday, so BTC is acting well. Semiconductors are still super duper weak on the tape. Wow. We are pretty oversold intraday, I should say. Your SOXX is still seeing some sell side pressure. Nasty day so far. Nasty day. VIX UVXY still up 7.5%. Gold is getting somewhat faded here. Natural gas down 1.83. Crude oil still up 0.3. Bitcoin up 0.68. Dow is down 1.3. Apple's back to the dark side, down 0.25. Microsoft, Amazon underperforming. Tesla's actually trying to find a little bit of support here. But wow, Microsoft down 3.43. Back under 500 for the big boy MSFT. Nastiness. Still severe weakness in this market. Really no underlying bid at the lows here. Just trying to catch a bit of a bid. Bitcoin still looks like it's going to break out here. Wow, look at the dollar, guys. DXY. What the heck is just happening there with that Dixie candle? Holy moly, look at that candle. Oh my goodness gracious me. Is there news? What the heck? Holy moly. That is a crazy dollar candle. Oh my goodness, that's probably going to push the markets down. That type of a candle. That's filthy. Wow. That was downright dirty. Gold's probably going to get slapped. Bitcoin might get rejected. That dollar, what the heck happened there? Dollar goes back to the green side. Craziness. Dollar still ripping, retesting prior day high. Gold seeing a little bit of weakness. Bitcoin still holding steady, surprisingly. VIX getting faded. Apple still falling. Microsoft still looking bearish. IWM still off of its lows, looking bearish now. We're still ripping here. SPY still crumbling here at the lows. Looks like it's going to take out the lows here on your SPY. VIX is still showing strength. MSTR is still holding resilience here, up 6.3%. SMR still green, Wells Fargo green, JP Morgan down 0.7, Netflix holding value up 1.4. Quantum names are mixed, IONQ still up about 1%. BABA's still holding some strength. Snapchat still slightly green. Ethereum still holding strength. Dollar back above prior day high. Still ripping. Nasty, nasty bloodbath in the equity markets today. SPY going for new lows. New lows on the S&P. SPX hitting that symmetrical move target. This is a reaction area. Let's see it. New lows. How low can you go? How low can you go? Completed the symmetrical move on the SPX, but we're still going lower. Nvidia still hasn't taken out its lows. Semiconductors are still off of the lows. IWM still off of the lows. But SPY bloodbath in the market. Oof. Symmetry move has been completed. That is from this high to this low equals this high to this low. We had a 6% bounce, $39 bounce. So we complete a symmetrical move to the downside. If we complete a symmetrical rally to the upside, SPY will basically take us back to gap fill around 665.77. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. It's a long shot. Still no bid in semiconductors. IWM still looks very weak. Your dollar's still trying to bust through pre-market high. Gold has went negative, guys. Gold went negative. Crude oil still holding value. No bounce yet in the market. Dollar seeing a little bit of selling at the highs. Gold back to the green side. Cabin saying ANET close to filling gap at 118.12. Let's look at ANET. Yeah, ANET coming into its gap. It needs a little bit more to go. Gap fill still puts you around that 118, yeah, 118.12-ish area. Let's just see that. Yeah, that's definitely a bounce spot here. Obviously, it's getting oversold as well intraday, so if the market bounces, it'll likely also catch a bit of a bid. That would not surprise me. All right, nice little liquidity sweep of the low. Let's see if they can firm things up here. You can see pre-market low on SPY is 660.5. Still a big area. Bitcoin breaking through 93K, so BTC is actually trying to break out here. Interesting. We're still trying to firm up here and break out. That was a high volume candle coming in on the 10-minute SPY chart. We'll see if it can hold and build some momentum off of that zone. Hourly chart SPX, you swept the lows, hit that symmetrical move zone. Now you're trying to bounce a little bit. So look at what time we bottomed here on this Friday sell-off. It was 11:30 where we bottomed. We're approaching that 11:30 time frame right now. Kind of interesting. They're catching a decent balance. Bitcoin still trying to break SPY, trying to recapture 659. Potential hourly bottoming tail on SPX chart. Semis and Nvidia are trying to catch some liquidity. Bitcoin still showing some resiliency. IWM only down 0.24%. It's trying to firm up here. They're still acting very well though. VIX is coming in a little bit. IWM trying to get back above its prior day low. So that's showing a little bit of relative strength. Apple's trying to bounce here. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Still super weak on Microsoft. Amazon right now trying to curl up a little bit. Still under a lot of pressure. Meta is acting very, very well off of the lows. Google's catching a fat bid off of the lows. Again, your IWM, if it can recapture prior day low, 232.20, it'll add additional fuel to the fire. You can see that S&P is well off of its prior day low. Prior day low on SPY is at 662.74. We look at the IWM, and it is trying to battle its prior day low right now as we speak. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. All right, QQQ still trying to bounce here. Big liquidity coming back into your S&P. We're approaching that pre-market low. So prior day low on SPX is 66.44. A minimum fib retrace takes us to 66.57. If we mimic this same Friday bounce, a symmetrical bounce on SPY takes us to 665. Again, it's a long shot, but we'll see what happens. Still seeing a little bit of fear, people selling. You see a little top wick there on SPY. We're gonna have a pretty decent volume day today, guys. We're already trading 43.3 million on SPY. So there will be a decent amount of volume today. Semis are still seeing a little bit of distribution. IWM still trying to get above prior day high. Bitcoin still holding above 93.2 and pushing. BTC still acting quite well. Apple trying to push through 267. Semiconductors are still seeing some sell side pressure. AMD trying to get through 229. Micron's still pretty heavy. Let's look at AVGO. AVGO trying to curl up. Nvidia is still trying to hold 181.50. Bitcoin's still trying to rip here, guys. BTC showing some resiliency. Comes the S&P trying to push again. IWM trying to recapture its prior day low, guys. The Russell's firming up here. Nvidia trying, Bitcoin still pushing, gold back to the positive side. You're seeing a little bit more liquidity coming back into the market here. Let's look at RSP. You can see RSP is only down 0.28%. SPY right now is still down about 1%. The candle in SPY is looking a lot better. And SPX, hourly bottoming tail, trying to build here. 10 minutes left in the hourly candle. IWM getting a 10-minute close above its prior day low, positive sign. Nvidia trying to get above 182. SPY still underneath pre-market low, but it's gunning for that PM low. This is a big spot for the S&P because we're trying to create our first higher high intraday. We're still creating lower lows and lower highs. So getting a close above these wicks would be a very positive sign for the market. It would give us our first intraday trend change. VIX is getting somewhat faded. Nvidia is still trying to curl to the upside here. Nvidia tested the weekly 20 moving average today, bouncing quite nicely so far. Let's see what happens here. Again, can we get our first higher high? IWM, a little bit of selling. Six minutes left in this hourly SPX candle. Still going for our first higher high. Pre-market low incoming for SPY. We did create our first little wick higher high there, guys. That's a positive intraday trend change for the S&P. Again, very short-term positive, creating a wick high there. We need to see a higher a close on the 5-minute would be better. IWM is almost green, guys. The Russell is almost turned green on the session. It's trying to trend here. Semis are now catching some extra liquidity. Big bounce. Still has barely gotten moving here, guys. Amazon still down 3, Microsoft down 3, Nvidia down 2.26, Apple is green, Google is green, Tesla Meta still down about 1.4. Still trying to see this market bounce pretty heavily. Positive market bounce so far. Markets have recaptured pre-market low, and they're trying to gun higher. Starting to wake up a little bit. VIX is getting faded. Bitcoin's still trying to move. Lots more green starting to appear on the screen with this little bit of an intraday reversal. SPY is still down 0.64%. Looks like we're in for a V-shaped recovery bounce here. Getting volatility, selling off pretty hard here. Almost back to opening range low. Still seeing, so that hourly candle is pretty solid. Usually you get a minor retrace. We'll see if we get that, but markets have had a nice bounce off of the lows. Really solid bounce. Resistance on the Russell hitting that EMA 113, but we're likely going to try to push through that. Healthcare stocks still looking pretty decent. SMR, crypto looking very, very decent here. Markets are still acting a-okay. Nvidia now starting to trend here. A little bit of resistance on the SPY opening range low here. And you've had a really solid bounce. Again, what's interesting, guys, is although you might see this minor profit-taking sell-off here from day traders, the symmetrical bounce takes us back to 665, which would be insane if that were to play out. That would be crazy. JP Morgan almost green. Google, Apple trending. IWM's green, guys, on the session. You look at RSP. Whoops. RSP has now basically gone to the positive side here. So things are looking a little bit better now. A lot better, actually. Gold up 0.5% now. Bitcoin's still ripping. Lots of stocks turning green across the board. Banks are looking a bit better now. AMD only down 3.76. That's firming up off the lows. Still some weakness across semiconductors, but semis are allowing other stocks to really rally here. S&P 500 still a battleground here on that opening range low for SPY. They are still battling here on your S&P. Again, if we mimic this type of a bounce, we got 2 hours of bouncing. So we've had our first hourly candle bounce. Let's see if we can get a second hour of follow through. Quite crazy. Still trying to firm up. Stocks are catching some liquidity. SPX still trying to make a move higher. S&P Bitcoin still looks ready to rock and roll, ripping to the upside, going for 2% gain. Still trying to push, guys. VIX is seeing a little bit of a buy, hedging. A little bit of consolidation on your indices is not a bad thing to see. Nvidia is still trying here. Still seeing the markets acting somewhat well here. S&P is trying to push through its opening range low. Again, will we see 2 consecutive hours of rallying here? Perhaps we might. Perhaps we might. Nvidia and semiconductors are starting to wake up. Your volatility index is seeing some sell side pressure. Looks like they want to take the VIX negative here. Bitcoin still pushing, gold up 0.43. IWM still leading the charge, that's up 0.27. Acting fairly well. A little bit of selling off of this opening range low, but that's okay. VIX is still selling off here, guys. Still up 3.3%, so we'll see if they want to take it negative on the session. Here goes SPY trying to break through that opening range. Next real resistance is right at that prior day low and your point of control volume zone. We're now closer to going positive than we were down at the lows of the market session. S&P 500 is still trying to show some resiliency. Some top wick selling in your semis, your S&P. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling off the 183 area. VIX is seeing some accumulation. IWM slight rejection off of daily chart EMA. 113. Size also got some continuous positive higher high divergence here. You can see we're taking out this RSI high on SPY when this was the high made from that pivot. So we do have some room to run on the relative strength intraday indicator here. Come on, S&P, give us a move higher. Get through this resistance. Prior day low, point of control. We get through that, we're going to see some pretty big buying. Yeah, markets are a chop fest, but nice reversal off the lows though. Still trying to firm up on your 4-hour SPX chart. Nvidia's trying, Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breather, IWM taking a bit of a breather, but still acting well. MSTR showing resiliency today. Chopping around here. SPY. Still trying to work ourselves through this opening range low area. Semis are trying to press here. Here comes an attempt at a breakout. Can we trigger a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders? Mini micro bull flag. Consolidation right underneath prior day low and this volume shelf is a really good thing to see. It allows us to build some momentum to break through that area and then back test it. So I don't mind seeing this little consolidation. As long as this pattern holds, it's building up momentum to bust us through this resistance zone. SPX hourly chart still acting well. So I'm back here. Very strong bounce in the markets. Nice reversal off the lows, especially for the Russell 2000. Still got mega cap tech weakness, some semiconductor weakness, but a lot of green across the board when you look at that broader market. You've had Bitcoin hold the majority of its gains. Bitfarms trying to break out here. Nuclear stocks have firmed up quite nicely off of the lows. You got RSP showing resiliency, relative strength in SPY right now. So it is setting up for a potential continuation into the end of the day. That would not surprise me. Market has recaptured its prior day low point of control. So this is technically a buyable zone with tight stop loss. I did take profits on 667 SPY calls with this bounce. MSTR still acting well. Natural gas stocks have made nice reversals. Crude oil energy. Quantum stocks have made nice reversals off of the lows. Your UVXY is almost to the negative side, still up a little bit on the session. Rigetti's made a nice move, that's up 3%. Okay, nat gas equities soaring and roaring. I was saying earlier, crude oil making a nice charge higher. That's up 2% on the session. Gold still acting pretty firmly right now. Very interesting. Webull up 3%. That's finally making a little bit of reversal. Just a dead stock. China stocks acting very, very well. Snapchat still showing some resiliency. Ethereum still acting very, very well. BABA. Let's get a see here. How's SoFi doing? Green. Do, 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 do. So the S&P is just consolidating here, still pretty decently bullish intraday, being the fact that you're above priority low. If you lose priority low, things can get dicey again. But as long as you consolidate here, it's looking like the S&P wants to make another leg higher here. Crypto still acting well. Your dollar's getting faded. Crude oil, nat gas stocks have absolutely ripped to the upside. Still have a little bit of weakness in your semiconductors. But a nice 4-hour bottoming tail there on the SPX. Also trying to form a bit of a daily chart bottoming tail. Again, I want to see the S&P maintain prior day low structure. If it can do that, that's a little bit of a win for the bulls intraday. Seeing some sell side pressure. Still seeing some sell side. Google still acting well. IWM still at 0.52. Let's go to this Russell here. Is the Russell going to make another move here? Maybe. Maybe. Getting the point of control on SPY, it's really a daily chart level that they're trying to maintain above. What a bounce there. Bitcoin is trying to make another push here. Crypto stocks are ripping again. Yep, the hammer days are crazy. That's for sure. KLD can work there, Trader 586. I would just be careful ahead of inventories on Thursday. It's always it's always a risk, you know. I like either fading pops or buying drops off of that inventory report. But yeah, it's an interesting. Nat gas is certainly interesting, but still strong on the daily chart. That's the only concern you should have if you're trying to short it. Because look like they're going to try to make a power hour push here. Power hour push in SPY looks quite likely. Nice amount of consolidation. They burned a whole bunch of premium there in theta, so it does look like they can give it a little bit of a facelift here. Big push here in the S&P. I think we've put in a bit of a low pivot. I mean, we'll see how it closes. Looking like we've put in a little bit of a local bottom here. Um, wouldn't be surprised for a little bit of a continuation bounce. Again, earnings are always a gamble. You never know with Nvidia. It's got a big revenue guidance, so if it comes in line with that, I mean, it's going to be pretty solid probably for the market. And Nvidia has less than the expectations. So Nvidia selling off into earnings puts a little bit less pressure on the stock. Um, Granted, the sell-off might be indicating that insiders and investors already know that Nvidia revenue growth might not be what the market is expecting. But still, the fact that it's sold off, at least there's less pressure on it. So I would still favor a bounce here, but we're definitely in a bit of a choppy phase in the market, and there's no question that we've triggered a little bit of a bearish formation so far on your S&P, your original head and shoulders. Now, it doesn't have to tumble right away. You can chop up and down quite a bit, but you're currently below the neckline, so it's not a good sign for the near-term price action. Yeah, trading in chop is hard, guys. I mean, we were buying we were accumulating 667 calls, 0 DTEs down here at the lows, and we ended up making a nice chunk, got stopped out on the runners, but this pump really, really helped us. The market's gone nowhere ever since. Since the Trump pump with the Saudis, the market's gone absolutely nowhere. Yeah, choppy periods are crazy. It's a very tight range, but almost forming a bit of a 5 minute inverse head and shoulders. So they keep defending the prior day low point of control. That's where I would like to see the S&P close above. Whether or not that happens, we will see. But you are technically just chopping around at support there. Natural gas equities are still ripping right now. Snapchat, I think, is getting close, guys, to a potential breakout here. You're into an interesting backtest area here. Breakout trend line, EMA, still holding the majority of your earnings gap up, holding the 20. It's getting close, I think. Weekly chart, you're trying to steady the 7 and 20 MA. Should be getting close. Use XLC. Nvidia and semis are still chopping around, guys. That's why the markets really aren't going anywhere right now. Whole lot of chop and slop. Semiconductors, Nvidia is still selling off. More distribution hitting the tape. Amazon just can't catch a bid to save its life. Nvidia getting really pretty sharply. S&P upsloping trend line retest. Well, here for the S&P, we'll see if it can recapture its prior day low. That's where the bulls want to close it above and the bears want to close it below. Positive is the Russell's green on the session. Wow, Netflix has been a beast. Who picked up Netflix calls yesterday? Someone scooped up Netflix calls. Can't remember who it was. That was a nice trade. It's up 3.94%. Selling your S&P a little bit here. They are selling your S&P. Looking like a bit of a bearish close in mega cap tech land. Knifing Nvidia. Knifing Amazon. Google selling off. Microsoft still holding a little bit steady here. That's acting okay. AMD looking a little bit weaker. Apple is coming in there for a brief moment. But So I was talking with my mic muted. I was saying Archer Call is not a bad area, but it needs the market to bounce. You're holding a weekly chart support zone. But a nasty close for the S&P 500. The only positive today is that you are off of the lows and you've put in a 4-hour bottoming tail, and this is a little bit of a mean retrace going on. But there's clearly some fear in ahead of NVIDIA earnings. Nevertheless, the bulls have kind of fumbled it here into the close. They had every chance to hold price action above that prior day low, but they have fumbled it. So tomorrow sets up for another big day yet again, because we've triggered the head and shoulders formation, the first head and shoulders on the daily chart. Now we're looking for a confirmed breakdown. So whether or not we get that, we will find out. But as of now, markets definitely fumbled price action to the downside, and we're looking somewhat bearish. So heading into the next couple trading sessions, we have to watch and see, do we get yet again another daily lower close? Because man, if this is a true head and shoulders breakdown, I mean, it's nasty, guys. It is nasty. We're talking about SPX down to 63.55, give or take. So we have to really monitor that closely. All right, guys, good job if you're able to catch some of the call options in the live trading room. Those were pretty crazy, the volatility in those, but we did manage to make a nice little profit. Nevertheless, we will see you all tomorrow, guys. Take it easy.